Oh god, the brain rot. And look at it, how it looks like. Ah. A mere communications officer wouldn't possibly steal confidential government information. They are all loyal to the Queen.
Hold it!
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in the presence of idol. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assisted them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. I repeat myself. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate if you would keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha. It would be I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson in here, the court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinctive tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds familiar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there is no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Ha 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 ha. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense at last. Objection. At least. At last? At least? At least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to be produced as only a single tone, reading is hard, by the way, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Oh my god. Could it be this? We have this text. I'm not gonna read it again. You can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They are linked? So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. Easy. Who thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all same length. So this movement only produces a single tone like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except the length of the teeth on the 2 combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play 2 tones. What else do you want me to point? We had the possibility to actually look further inside this box. Which is weird. Yeah, I know, shut up! Ah! Bro, this game. Okay, I'm stupid. I just need to press R. My bad. Good gracious, what I'm looking at here? This is a music box, Your Honor. Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box. And the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprised of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. I'm so smart! With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Now the next thing he going to bring up is like, oh yeah, but you cannot prove it because you don't have 2 discs. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must. Though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Hold it! So 2 months ago, in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing on his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire a secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I can find some evidence to link the two of them together. Do we? Do we? Victims found deceased on the omnibus of step on abdomen. Tries not to get it no Predictions were shot with 3 weapons. Hello? Yeah? Not samples. Well, he insisted that it was his code, and in the code we found the disc. And the disc had blood of Mr. Mason on it. By pure logic, I would say like, okay, so we basically point that out, but since the game is this game, it will not accept that. If you have nothing more to add to on that note, let us return to witness testimony. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, who else, eh? Silly me, thought he was popping over for a natter after all the years, but the Rodder had a dodgy job for us. I didn't understand a thing he just said. Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? You mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? Oh yeah, we're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon is an old China. Look, Mario is reacting.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulking. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have the right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't know Adam and Eve eat. Oh look, very nice. He's eating your pear. But when he was younger, he was from poor part or town, just like yours. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what we would never have gone through our heads. Eyo. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton's and Skulking's milk run? It was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscence has no place in the courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh yeah, oi! The geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. That sentimental story be relevant somehow. Milo. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, a skulking's never skulking. Milverton and Skulking's milk run. God, them were the days. Hold it! Sure, going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Oh yeah, just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locusts, that's what it was all about. Sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we are here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model. So, how did your little business work exactly? Oh yeah, well, every morning, then all the way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, you see. If your stockyard empties outside your front door, he would leave them full again, right? So, we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price, or the other keys are doing it. People couldn't wait to sign the dotted line. We were raking it in. We were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett! Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were poor to ever form. Right. Oh yeah. No, we got at what we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, you see. our customers empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A doddle, right? I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is the most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Yes, milk the general public. Do it every day. Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is an evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash had his ad in the book when he was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself a domain and get out of the slum that we live in. Oh yeah. We all racked him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think it. But look at him now. He's only gone and become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? A communications officer, Mr. Skulking? My voice. Holmes and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Jenny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilden. No, that was Miss Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. Hi, Bob. Thank you, Bob. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers? A mere communications officer wouldn't possibly steal confidential information. We have that, but let's press N. Headline is accurate. Your government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications handled by high-level officers, specialists, general staff wouldn't be trusted with this. No, stop, blah blah. Yeah, okay. If we'd known there was a dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Hold it!
So, did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither. That makes no sense. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windybank's pawnbrokery, did you? Didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windybank's all along, weren't you? We were, Garth, we were. You're right, dear. Yeah, cause that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windybanks that night? Did you not ask for the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us before, and anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I wasn't best pleased, I can tell ya. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Melville Town Skulking's milk run. God, them were the days.
Hold it!
I'm sure. Okay, it's the same. Let's ask them about the business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourself and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulking's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Alright, I thought a clever clerks like you would... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these 2 witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of omens that the one came from? Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these 2 thieves? You are a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Arg. Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulking's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Update. All of a sudden we seem to be up to our next some serious blah. Yeah, okay. But I don't remember that we... Milverton? Wilson. Then good night, motorway to his brother, accomplice Nash to be professional Betty. The inspectors Sterling might approach of the radio flash. His name was Milverton years ago. Didn't we hear Milverton somewhere? Didn't we? Presentation papers. Wait. Milverton, there we go. Mason Milverton. I was like, yeah, wasn't the brickmaker's last name Milverton? There we go. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I know what to do. She probably just talked about new informations. I don't need to know that. Could it be these two brothers? Blah. I know what I need to do. Sounds procedure music class on Morse code. Not a big allegation with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Yes, you do. And it is in here.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded, Yes, yes, Miss Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say saints alive? Hopping off from stream, see you. Thank you so much, Milnors. Take care and have a wonderful rest. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? No. I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Grr. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Your father. Oh! He can dance. Spin to win, kids. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using two music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at the Windy Banks 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulking brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed, it's like a Castlevania section. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs our answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, Do you deny that all of this actually began on the fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Oh. 2 nights ago. You know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Steal government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilder? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet fired from the Skulking Brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Grrr. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you. As he points at Van Seeks. You little upstart, you made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Why is he bleeding? Because of his wound he got from when he was shot in the pawnbrokery? And he moved too much around, so it started bleeding again. Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if there was that, I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what? Nani? He's lying. Order, order, order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. You mean this circus? Mr. Grader. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as a killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Higher. Why is this guy? This guy tries everything to get out of this, but then again, of course he would. Everybody would. It makes perfect sense. Like, he's basically charged with death. Like, literally. Like, he's getting killed. So he tries everything to get himself out of this. And take everybody with him. Lovely. What a wonderful being. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What? I never heard the dumbest story in my life. Yeah, sure, I wait until he's inside, then I shoot him, then I throw the gun outside. Also, I fall unconscious for no reason. With the gun inside my hand that I didn't shoot. And this guy is like, nice, free gun, let's pick it up. Holy shit. What are these people smoking? Good gracious, this is quite extra common testimony, and extremely believable. You claim, sir, under oath, you have to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Why aren't they expecting this dude to lie? Because they believe in the heart of the cards. Of course. Order, order, order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. You see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. Which totally works out because the accused was inside the storeroom. So she magically appeared behind Windy Bang outside of the room as he stormed inside the storeroom, shot him, teleported back into the storeroom, closed the door, threw the gun outside, took the other gun she didn't have into her hand, and then fell unconscious next to the dead body. It makes perfect sense. What are you talking about? It's clear as day. And as I said, she was showered in blood. Yeah, that is the weirdest thing he said, like, she was showered in blood. Yes, you're right, that's why she was clean. Unconscious, with a gun in her hand. Basically, wake up, take a shit, get out of bed logic. More or less. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. I licked it. I mean, all over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Oh no! Too bad we can prove him wrong. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. I like how Van Zieks even Van Zieks, you look at him and go like, now I have to undergo this bullshit. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter the vestiges of doubt within minutes. No! I'm disappointed he says not no. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals. Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Yeah, but it was purple. But that's not Mr. Winniebank's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. That was Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing that coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled! Haha, bitches! Lord 1-6, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we wait for the result, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence for... or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Counsel, you little bitch! Come on! It's like, sorry, sir. Okay, while these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had a revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, yeah, we're just regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of faded items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. He was trying to help my little bruv, but the old geezer took me over the blooming counter. So I pulled gun off the old fella and so I made him scarper. The pair of setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. Oh, I'm reconnecting it to my chat. Wonderful. I'm reconnected. Good job. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went to strike the calendar in the wall behind you? So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait it for to heal. I didn't imagine it would be still bleeding 2 days later. Yes, because you have a gaping wound in your arm that magically just glues itself back together. Which works with small wounds, but not with a shot wound. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, no, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I put the gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scored through the door out back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. That is not what you said. You said that afterwards. You actually mentioned that she shot him. Hold it! You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about these peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, I suppose that's sure it's a short job, me sure. Well, she's a woman, has a head laser, she was for she. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about the Berkling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then? What did you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. That makes no sense. We saw that the room was small and it is like with no other door or any place to hide. So, why would he try to flee to safety in a room where he couldn't go anywhere? Good job. Oh! Hold it! I need to go back. Oh, over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now that with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is solid with the victim's blood. Well, it is solid with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. So annoying. If they would accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Did we do this? You mean you chased after him? Ah, that's the thing we just did. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Backward. Thanks. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Okay, that's that. Yes, through the people I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now with being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is studded with victim's blood. Well, for sure. Nah. Okay. And she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where? Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated and then... The girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute Ear told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our blooming mom sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Oh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery, that night? Was it by chance? Was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen. Should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking, Mr. Skull King? Blimey, this is a bit of an organ-eeny. He has a lower voice than that, but whatever. What was going on just now? You saw him? He grabbed me whistle. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or the flaming people in the door. 谢谢吧。I can't be busy without my race, not her is you. God blimey, see what he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this steed gives me the willies. That was strange. Inspector doesn't normally get quite worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling, Rodo? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. But you have to find a way to break this, man. And quickly too, because once they discovered the ketchup on the overcoat Gina was wearing. It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter on over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you would claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we don't know that But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. So what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that, to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. And I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat. I mean ketchup. Going through, Nash over the counter, felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. saw the blood splatter. Oh, wait. If she shoots him from behind into the back, how does blood then come on her coat? Because the bullet is going out of the body on the other side, his chest, which is therefore turned away from her. So that doesn't work out. A report prepared by Scotland Yard, the coroner confirms instant death to a single bullet wound from the back. There are no other signs of trauma. I would love to present this, but I have the feeling the game is not gonna give me the pleasantry of the logical conclusion. I mean, the autopsy report says that as well, as he said in the last one. It's just unlikely that there will be more blood coming out of his back than his chest when he's shot from behind, which also indicates she must be behind him. I will try it regardless.
Objection!
It's wrong. Of course it's wrong, because why should it be right? It's logical. It makes sense. So out of everything he's saying, and she's a toaster, people have picked it up on me.
Hold it!
This is the only instance where we have someone reacting to it. Storeroom, I was watching. Why would you do this? Can't tell you. Took the third. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the crime of the scene of the crime. Yes, was yours truly. But this time no reaction? Second disc in your jacket. Like they pull a gate, aren't you? I admit of nothing of the sorts. After all, you can't even show the court such a disc exists, can you? As expected. He won't admit anything unless I can thrust the evidence in his face. It's not as easy as you thought, is it, to pin a crime on this level? It won't stick. Not murder. Not treason. Maybe not right now, but you won't be sniggering like that forever. What's your feeling, Bruno? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see the way of us blah. It's a bit... seeing blood splatter over Genie's code doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you can claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. We know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank.
Hold it!
Yeah? Mash over the counter, sharp pain in my arm. Myself in the storm, I could see him through the people in the door, though.
Hold it!
Chased after him. Don't recall the reason why. Back of the shop. And what about these people in the door you mentioned? Hi, Bob. Well, unsurprising, Stormroom's door is a solid job made of stout wood. There's a small opening in it about the height that lets you see what is in there from the outside. Which I should know that. Look through it myself. Straight up the man.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skull King's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. No. Calm yourself. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Chilling image, I must say. Me lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. I mean the ketchup on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Like, even if this proves there's ketchup over the coat, it's in the front, which, again, makes no sense. The report, please, Inspector. Goodness me. Suddenly everybody disappears. What is wrong with this guy? See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No. The ketchup on the coat is not Mr. Windybank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood from the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now the man is dead. You brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was...
I call it barely disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the ketchup on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem to pop out. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such fate in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I am a communications officer? I held out Porosky to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Blah. Sherlock Holmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such conclusions, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Crane could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Let's just ignore the fact that the ketchup is only in the front. Me lord.
Been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say, if you please.
Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Sir?
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
He smashes his head against it. What a crazy boy. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness testimony. Here's to any attempt you make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it, after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? And then he died. Everybody in this room died. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all. Thank you. It's Sherlock Holmes, isn't it? It occurs me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than human mind. I know that voice. I'm going mad. Sure, he suddenly changes his hair from black to blonde. That makes no sense. Mr. Sholmes. What is the meaning of this? Why is he doing a pose? Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. What voice did I give him? I'm your friend. I'm your friend. I'm your friend. I'm your friend. As well as I would be, I had not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Hurley, it's really you. You are awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I don't remember what voice I gave him. Everything is bad. Everything is bad. I'm Herlock Sholmes. I'm Herlock Sholmes. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over here, there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What do you say to this, Lord Von Six? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
How do you pay already? You want to raise more per ship.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Well, very well done, counsel. You have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? No. Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear that even that may provide too much for me. Pray forgive me, I should pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots.
Wow, she's the only one noticing it. It only took a 10-year-old genius to notice that this entire courtroom is full of idiots.
None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Oh, well, that concoction of mine was really just a sport or to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susie. From Miss Susie? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susie foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, what? Fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. That's a strange sentence. At the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. Leaving present from Susie. Whatever could it be? It's a bento box. Oh, shucks. It's not a bento box. What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Ah.
coffee. Look, use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flappomat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Miss Susie muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What?
Didn't she say something? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susie made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all cryptic then. Susie used this cat flappomat that night, but why? The cat flappomat has been added to the court record. Wait. But that does make sense. So let's say she can use that to make a hole somewhere. And let's assume she made a hole into the storeroom. The problem is time. She only arrived in the pawnbrokery when we did. Wait, did she do that when we first went to the pawnbrokery? How did she even do that without Windybank noticing it? Because my assumption is now this, that Susie used this thing when we went to the pawnbrokery before the entire crime at night happened. And she used it to make a hole so she could see into the storeroom and placed a camera there. That is my assumption what this is all about. I'm probably wrong because this is an Ace Attorney game. Your 5 minutes is over. You're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. A compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps in larger doors to allow cats to come and go free. Huh? Phew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the 2 parts at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching the hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine of full power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest doors. Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but feels like the reality of the cat flappermat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Our guy is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
Okay, that makes, of course, perfect sense. Oh. Fair enough, yes. Love your cats and do anything for your cats. Okay, there is literally nothing else to say about this, I guess. There's that, but that doesn't... How is this related? Like I said, what I basically suspect is that she used it here. It says for a door, yes, but I expect like a hole she made here. But I'm probably wrong. Maybe she made an actual cat hole at the bottom of the door. But for what purpose? And it would also make no sense because, like, why would Windy Bank even let her near that door? So far, this is extremely confusing. I need no things, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a Sammy mummy. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What's your plan? Rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. Oh, great. I feel like we need more cross-examination, but I don't think that will happen. But let's try it anyway, whatever. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather to continue with one of the often existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Because I only interrupted it.
So nobody can say anything then. If Rono asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
then the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. would remind those present at this is my courtroom. Mine! I concur the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit any unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Okay, I didn't understand anything, but okay. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Single chance to present evidence? Yes, prevent evidence. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsel? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time. I fell in a dead faint. Goodbye. I leave this in your capable hands. And he's dead. Perfect. Miss the Sholmes. No. Yeah, please, don't take care of him. Don't send him to the hospital or call for a doctor. Just leave him there on the floor. Actually, that's okay. To stand in such insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever? Either the man has extra common strength of mind or an extra common lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. As he bleeds to death. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well, well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. One piece. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. Oh, believe me, I can do this, to let them both down. And I won't waste this final chance that Susie has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial, the end of the world, the beginning of Digimon Season 1. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. No pressure, TM. It's really basically like no pressure. Why is saving taking always so long? No. His lordship is only going to allow me to present one piece of evidence here. But it's clear what the piece of evidence should be. Is it?
How in the world did Susie manage to sneak off with this without me noticing? And she used it in the pawnbrokery?
Yes, at least that's what Mr. Sholmes said. I was only gone from the place for about 5 minutes when I went after the Skullgame brothers. What possible reason could Susie have to use Iris's contraption in that time? Could it be that what she did with the cat flapper-mat completely changes one of the key premises this testimony is based on? Okay, so it is the flapper-mat that we need to present, but while these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. That's not important, I would say. Stop opening this. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. I wanna see something. Okay. Wait. Wait. There it is. The peephole wasn't in the door before. Wait. Okay. Time of death happens between 1 and 1:30, so he was already dead at 1:30. But now there is a peephole. That means it wasn't there. He couldn't see it at all. Yeah, that's it. That's it, but I wonder if I use this. I would present the photo, and now I'm conflicted if I should show the photo or the tool. By logic of the game, I should present the tool, and then they will ask like, oh, and what does that prove us? Anything. And then you show them these two photos to show that the people didn't exist. I guess that's what I would say.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper-mat, me lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without... I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Oh. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. So he thinks. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself? How dare you? I don't trust this man anymore. Sire, your wig came loose. Yes. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. Actually, I called you both wild. What's your Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, milord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Spin to win, kids, or maybe to lose. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was? Yes, it was created after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Isn't that considered tampering with a crime scene? And it didn't change any facts about the actual crime. It only proves that he couldn't see it. Sure, it's a tampering with the crime scene, but it didn't change any actual facts of the crime. So it's okay. Yeah, but it's complicated things. Yes, and this is Ace Attorney and it doesn't care. That's the problem. And generally, you shouldn't tamper with the crime scene at all. Yes, but this is Ace Attorney. Look, Epitune, you're completely right. You shouldn't. Correct. But then again, remember, we had a case where a witness literally destroyed evidence in front of everybody in a courtroom. And it was taken as, oh, okay, can happen. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism. Oh no, vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I had left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. I'm not smart enough. Majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to be incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Grrr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Oh. Order! Is there any credence in this revelation? Yes, it's missed 4 revelations?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Yeah, that's what we call perjury.
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you would say that. What?
Wagi, Kui, time for dinner.
Hi, coffee.
Well?
No. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey. They have hinges in the wood? Yes, the machine is built around. Look. Look. Let me turn it. See? Up here. So it basically cuts out the door, but also automatically attaches hinges to it. It's all in one go. It's like, and it's done. Bruh, it's food time. Nice. What will you be having, coffee? I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windybanks was made by your machine. Nuts. Okay. Actually, I have here a pack of mixed nuts. So you're in luck. Can I throw it against my walls? Is that good enough? Nuts are good. I agree. And there's no way you can prove that it was. Yes, I can.
No, but it's easy. What?
The cat...
The cat flaps. My cat flappermat crates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windybanks are an exact match.
Ugh.
Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned students' friends' turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing. I am talking with the wrong voice. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of your facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are perfectly fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Oh no, that is so difficult to prove. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Seas? It is very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Nani? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Seeks. Well, counsel? I have proof here.
Don't give up, Rono. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
What is this, a date? I don't know if I can do this. But I know one thing. Susie is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. I wish in real life courtrooms were this theatric. Yes, then courtrooms would be interesting to watch. To be honest, some cases in courtrooms are like a circus. For example, the bullshit the ex-wife of Johnny Depp tried to put through. May she have a terrible life. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Windybank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Oh no, it's so difficult to prove. We try it with this, I guess.
Take that!
The defense believes this is all the proof the court should need.
Objection!
Then the defense is extremely hopeful. That proves nothing. What? They want me to show that the people was created after Mr. See, this is something I don't like in this series. It goes like, yeah, prove that it was made after the crime happened. And we have the time. The crime happened between 1 and 1:30. Of course, I'm going to present the proof that there is one at 1:30 after the... Never mind. I will not. Never mind. Never mind. No, I'm not going to read that. I'm angry at the game. Yes, yes, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. It's just done.
Take that!
What are you? I'm Nipponese. A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susie, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photo, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. Again, no, she's pointing the gun against the ceiling. Are you blind? But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that photo. I don't believe it. I can trust my eyes? How weird. This is really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is red. It's completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. This is not even my final phase. I expected more from this. Order, order, order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness testimony was entirely fallacious.
Fatality. Round 1. Fight.
That was not the only thing we know now. What? What is this sentence? That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. We should invade Nipponese and fight off the Americans and then make Nipponese land our new, I don't know, maybe tea garden? For the one single crime. But more importantly, good Lord, there's more Lord Van Six. Show me. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. That is true. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. Yeah! I don't believe it. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definite proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say.
Buy coffee.
There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Rono? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well,
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
make no sense. What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
What is going on? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statement. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the bloodstain on the coat. The bloodstains, the ketchup stains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right, the victim blood spattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could... Listen, Bob, you were here like 15 minutes ago. You can't just make it happen that an hour goes by and you come back. This is not acceptable anymore. But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the...
The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously I...
Oh! Why is this dog biting me in the ass? Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Greggs?
Well, yeah, of course, sir. Precies, wel 4 pounds all together, I was going to dream along. So get it on, come work at your jail.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, You should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. I'm gonna go sleep now. Bye. Thank you so much, Coffee. Sleep well. Wonderful dreams. Yep. Thank you for the yeeting. Yay! Yeet!
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Speak, Inspector. I don't know, Bob. Getting with the sheriff, I'm watching my mother. It's never mind and the mess, man. It's all messing. Permission denied. Huh? It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Educated. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, criminal scum. My learned friend, I mean. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implication. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is this person in question, Counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? It is clear it was Susie, of course. Rawr.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Greggs. Eh?
Objection!
You had better have some proof or to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparation for this testimony were made with great urgency during our whole hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication stations. Whatever. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You are suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information. that we didn't see Inspector Greggs talking with Mr. Graydon all the time with the backs to the court, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of this investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Greggs. Quite true. I still don't understand a word you're saying. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. So sorry. 1 second. Tobias Gregson. Yeah. Which means the first time these two laid eyes upon one another was after proceedings were resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGildy's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at that time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
What did you research at?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not to remind the inspector that I found it to be true. Striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. That sounds like a case of shit.
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. Yeah. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Summoning the devil and demons for hot room party. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Inspector Grex really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Rona, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for answers now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? He wanted a porn magazine. Well, it's basically this. And if it's not this, then this game is stupid.
Take that!
This, my lord. This shows exactly what the deal between these two men was all about. Well, Inspector, what do you have to say for yourself? Dear me, it would appear this answer has in no way satiated your appetite. Some of that bite should be directed at my learned friend, I feel. What? I hate this game. I hate this game. I hate this game. This game is dumb. It's stupid. This is dumb shit. This is bullshit. This is all bullshit. Why do we need to go through this? Just game over me and let me restart.
Guilty.
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 Why do we go through this?
Guilty.
Guilty.
Why do we go through this? Why did the scale reset to balance? Yeah. And then we all die. And suddenly the people disappear. This scene. Yes. I hope this does mean like from the beginning of the... No, okay, good. Only one thing we could have asked for. Jesus, why is this game? Like... Logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for, that must be it. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Greggs made with the witness? The disc? This? I mean, anything else wouldn't make sense then. This? I don't know. Like,
Take that!
Inspector Greggs. Besides this murder, Is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What is this? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilder. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that the encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilder's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. Order. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this. No, I don't. I don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilder was involved in the stealing of government secrets. And that explains why, when I present this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew it contained highly confidential information. Baby, here's me. What is the issue? Alright, what's the Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these 2 men.
Objection!
Edition.
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted the gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Greggs already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually in person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
Milord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. No. Well, Inspector.
Hey, what is up? He's from official management. Hey, I don't watch your head well. About my mission. Yeah, let me mention.
What? He's going to agree? I presume you are aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made the most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand that of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed. To have such a to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Did he give the disc to Coffee? Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? He will not have it. Otherwise, he would not agree to be searched. Okay. Who has it then? Who has it? So it's not him. It's not the inspector. Is it the Skulking Brothers? I mean, they were in the stand with him. If he's smart enough, he would expect that in the worst case this would happen. So he would give the disc to someone else. I mean, I have nothing to lose. Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in the hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. But I said search someone else. I didn't say like search him. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Greg's.
What?
Nee, nee. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. Be quiet, all of you.
Rona's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. The British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. No way. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? You know, there's a reason that she might have it. I mean, sure, these are here as well, these two, and they are basically next to Greg's. But she was also next to him. I would just say it's her. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Not gonna be even angry at it.
Take that!
My lord, the defense demands this person to be searched at once. Good grief, what possible relation could exist between that person and the case counsel? She's the defense. She's not related to the case.
Objection!
It's probably wrong. Yeah, okay, it's wrong. It's wrong. I'm adorable. You're adorable. We are all adorable. Trouble has been with witness stands entire town in full fear. Everyone courtroom. Not an easy situation to come out. Heading anything really. There's only in one place. He could possibly have hidden it then in his butt.
Take that!
He's the one next to him. Mr. Nash skulking. Well, I never. Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Bondage in my courtroom?
Hold it!
Hey, Inspector.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. No. Bailiff, carry out the search. No, hold on a mo. I don't nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Here, my lord, here in the witness's pocket, I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I do nothing about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Greggs? Order, order! Mr. Skulking, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Ramsay? I mean Gordon Bennett? I mean just Gordon Ramsay's Flaming Bennett. I swear, I didn't know nothing about this, honest to God. Counsel, would you explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal was struck, was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Greggs is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. He was always in front of me and I looked at him. What unusual behavior? Let me check my app here on Facebook first. Wait a moment. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit nothing of the sorts. While Mr. Graydon answered my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash skulking by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it all. I thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. Telling me no one noticed that? Yes. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother. I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me and whistled me like and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't ya mention the third gun when we got ya down to the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear all. He did. Me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Rex created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig! He hid it? But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, this current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Quick time event? Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. He needs to do something about that wig of his. Imagine the wig is being alive and has teeth and bites into his head. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? Yikes. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took the steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean? You only pretended to attack Mr. Skull King in order to get clues to him. To slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Rex, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon? Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit to, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with the detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. Deal... Nani? Well, what about then, Inspector Greggs? Do you admit on making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Whatever, Jean, it be nice. That's well. That's well. And it's the get in it, your decision.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Quandary. Rarely have I encountered such an extra common tumultuousness. I hate this word. Tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Tumult. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for the final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man. I'm quite sure in service one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Grayson is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
That is meaning nothing. Detective has very much trusting eyes. More than these, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are going to believe Grex if they declare their decision now.
Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definite evidence right now, then we are going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Grex to admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions. No? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. For the 50,000th time. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Okay. So in both cases, I have to prove that they struck a deal. God damn it. I mean, he struck the deal so he would get information to make a false testimony. Ministry, more classified secrets have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how could someone do that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possibilities. Are you looking for a new career? Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. To explain why he has Greg's running from pillar to post at the moment. I have no idea. I really do not have any clue. I mean, it would make sense to choose Graydon because we already know he struck this deal to get out of this. For information he could use for his testimony. So, this means we lose. I don't think it's Graydon we need to prove evidence against. It's this. I think we need something to prove why Rex did this. Well, choose this and see where this is leading. Inspector Rex. There's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Yeah, what is it? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, as usual. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. I still say it's this. Get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. I mean, it could also be this, like today's paper. It's not this. Two days before the black overcoat. That is far, far back, over 2 months. I don't know. To admit to the deal. Evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal. I don't know. Yeah.
Take that!
Probably wrong. What on earth is this council? Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. Or perhaps... okay, it's wrong. More, there's no love lost between them. Clearly it was strictly business.
You think about it, murder and treason are both such serious crimes.
Yes, punishable by death. Punishable by snoo.
So I don't think old Silky's going to admit it to either anytime soon, do you?
No. But Greg's, on the other hand, he's just refusing to admit to what happened because he's been sworn to secrecy, out of sense of duty.
I wonder.
If Greg's lips are sealed,
if Grexy's lips are sealed because he's determined to do his duty, then perhaps to prise them open. You're going to have to be determined enough to do your duty too, Rono.
Of course, he would do anything to follow his orders, so... Okay, so it was not the newspaper. I will make the random guess. It's this? Okay, it's not that. Piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. The disc? I mean the box?
Take that!
Okay. I had it in mind that it might be this. Okay. Is that Mr. McGilder's peculiar music box, Counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. And unveil secret government secrets to the other person in the juror seat. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, the disc! Counsel!
Hold it!
Why not?
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sound heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code compromises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Forget that shit. We're talking about seizures. Let go of the course for this. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect the state's secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
Objection.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make enemy or make an enemy of. Me lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Objection!
There it is, Leggy's time. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. Oh! Very well then. The defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more, as we spoil government secrets to everybody inside this court, including the normal public. How useful. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. You know, a reasonable court would invite Bob to draw a cabin. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. A reasonable court would have said like, oh, there's a juror who can listen and understand Morse code. Okay, so we put this person under a specific NDA, so to speak, and they shall translate only to the judge what it says. Like, thank you, Bob. Let me ask you again, Inspector Greggs. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? Easy. Stop! What are you doing, man? Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up. Psst. Yeah. Oh, he says that. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. Is it? What is it? Well, Mr. Green, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You! Damn, son. Traitor! He's gonna murder him. Bailiff, restrain that man. At once. Oh, it's just committing murder in the courtroom. That's okay. We can overlook that. It never happened. That's it then. It's all over. Stop with the dots. Stop. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. Oh yes, we will feel so sad about you. So I set about studying to better myself, which is a good thing, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in my small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilden. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you're. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me a little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of your crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took the great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that it wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I would be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the two discs, thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. What, you fool! Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. Okay. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I had sold the main information that way a number of times already. I sold the man information that way a number of times already. Okay. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. But why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. And let me guess, the father made debt with McGilded, but he wasn't able to pay him back. That's why he killed him. But my father realized something was amiss. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. In time, he worked out that I must have been involved in something dubious. When he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you will let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
or he tried to blackmail McGilded. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. I still think that he actually killed McGilded for that. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. We don't need your life story, just need the confession, bailiff! I mean, I get it, yes, but I also like that they make this exposition and explain actually his motivation, why he did it. Otherwise he would be here and stand like, okay. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in this trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of the dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements. 2 months ago, I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands, delivered the justice that the monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man? Everything is ready, sir, if you would like to follow me in the courtroom. What's this, officer? This sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There was some changes into the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present to it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter here hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid the people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. You know, it's kind of funny because the entire court thing back with McGilded is like, and sadly to say, a real snapshot of most court cases when rich people go into court, and that is disgusting. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of, for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little innovation. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye, young man. What is this? Windybank's pawnbroker? Aye, this pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited for ye. There is no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in the pawn for ye. I'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So many dots. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was not of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I need to do was to wait until the girl went to Windy Banks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Inspector, you've recovered fast. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Oh, sorry, Tail. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night. Oh, the dots. Oh, the many dots. It will never stop the dotting. So many dots. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth to influence and to... a man who used his wealth to can I read? A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Greggs, what of Mr. Ashley Green?
Keep it yours with you. And the silver woman.
Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Jesus.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now, now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garrett up squadron standing by, sir. This really is it now. The last push, the final chord, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdict.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
I wouldn't want to be this old judge sitting next to exploding flames.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runa, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if it would come out on top of for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Eh? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
No. Since McGilded was bribing her and threatening her for false testimony, this should be not a thing at all. The other things, on the other hand, for taking his property
and breaking in. Yes, that is a thing. Eh? I've never done nothing of this sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Ah, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. So demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Of course, he's not going to compliment me. No, he's just throwing his shoe into my face. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregs to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that? It is, about the sounds produced by that music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. Agreed. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. She's lying. What? Can't really be. It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Oh, no. We could tell. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Green. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Me lord. That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity, an appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing you don't see most days in the slums. I beg your pardon? If we are weak, we pay for it. That's just how love goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, second cousin of the third mother's, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, pregnant. I mean, not guilty. Congratulations. Now fuck off! Out of my courtroom! Take her into custody. She uses a gun in my courtroom. That is all. Court adjourned. What is this fucking mess? Will you bite me now, Mr. Dracula? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Oh, that's nice. He didn't say my learned Nipponese friend. Oh my god, he's actually showing some compliments. Some respect. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, okay, we are back. To the racism. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the crime to the surprising heart of your English client. It's incredibly fucking racist. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we are from the Empire of Great Britain or Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. That's pretty gay saying. You did? When I encountered you from the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, but I will not tell you until the next game, which is going to be released in 2 years. Isn't that evil of me? And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. That was the perfect evil laugh. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from the service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Now kiss. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again, let me change into my bat form and fly away, just like any regular British man. the laughs are so easy. Oh god. It's done. It's over at last. We have reached the end of the first game. There's only one more game with 5 more cases. But where's Iris where did English? Where's Iris disappeared to? Ah, that was me. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. What's the name of the baby going to be? Oh, I mean, congratulations, you're a free woman now. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara Odo. You believed in me. Right up the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, you see. Kept the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, the taste of it in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to think. Okay, try this again. There's the sentence. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pick it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryu. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And then you punch his face in. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Are you still trying to kill your father over and over again? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity as my wounds open up again and I'm bleeding to death. What a joy. Yes, it was me all along. Scooby-Doo, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Mr. Shaw. Yes, it was me all along. You see? I'd assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed, I was, but I managed to escape again, because I'm an idiot. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two... What? Foibles? Of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel, and complicated sentences I form. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Silently, from a distance, but with respect. Oh, thank you? Some great detective you are. Great at being cold in his eyes, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Why, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for your lives. Oh well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. That's your pee. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so off-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyways, isn't that? Isn't it? Whatever. The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. Why, you see, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. Fleshy, meaty, and fat? He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some goths like that bog trotter would rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like McGilded's owed this word, so I ain't scared. I got principles, you see? A trade in you, which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. That's probably Iris. How long have you been here?
Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think to have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful.
Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. Got stuff make amends for, apparently, all them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff, what was in his log, blah 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 blah. As I think you will find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't no offense. It's a job, innit? I don't think so. Unless you get paid to do it, then it's a job. Still, has got me thinking all of this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did ya, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm going to do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for him.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Time for bondage. What? Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Otto? Yes? Don't do that. What was that for? I I do not. I mean, I didn't know what to say, so. So I murder people. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, would recommend a simple thank you. Oh.
Oh yes, it's a good advice, Genie.
Right, I see. Well, there. Thanks, Otter. Oh my god, she can smile. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. And then they all burned to death. Out of nowhere. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, well. If this isn't the cutest chat on Twitch. Quite the indomitable pig purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Ugh, not that again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Early?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answered that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there. God damn it, Bob. Do you understand? Every 50 minutes you show up despite that an hour passed. Thanks, Bob.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently. London is now underwater. Isn't it nice? Finally we can call ourselves the Venice of London.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
Oh no, let's not. I'm so glad she's gone. But, Touchbot. There won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. What do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to the Victoria station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. Yes, because he is that rich, right? If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. Ugh. Fish. I don't. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What is a foible? What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
No, not Susie. As long as I don't have to speak Susie, just wave from a distance with respect and happiness. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Thank God. Miss Susie, where are you? Where are you? I can't see you. I have my eyes closed. Shit. Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something. Why is she turning into a woman with black long hair? Why is she coming at me? Where are her eyes? Oh my God.
Hold it!
Nice. This is a crime. She is polluting the seas with a book. We should put her to jail. Miss Susie, wait. What are you doing? Oh no. Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted, which sounds like she is something I would smear on a toast. Nobody will understand that joke. It's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susie? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the of the it's because of the peephole, Miss Susie. The pee hole. I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. I will Sudoku myself.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runa's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's important, you should pay more attention to it then. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat, so I put it up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night.
Yeah, I totally believe you. You have a kimono on with long sleeves, so you put the entire fucking thing into your sleeve, which has no pockets whatsoever, no pocket of holding in sleeves. It would instantly fall out again. But oh yes, of course you forget that one arm is much heavier than the other. How strange.
I see. And then... After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. Storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind the door. And at that moment, the little device that I had put up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flapomat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in the photo print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. And I died. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom, so I became the monster he was, and Shut up. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if the Avengers were zombies? Wait, wrong series. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because of the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina was had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. Well, you were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that what she did? What? That's why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police.
I know, and I knew at the time I was doing wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. That's true, because I'm not straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susie decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susie. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. A Judy. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not all sure that we should have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susie, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me, too, from my regrets. Well, we must be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although, some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure, and definitely not following me into the second game. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo? What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. Which I still think that she lied, so we wouldn't face any, yeah, you know, as one would expect. After all, we are talking about a secret government, secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. A cipher, I see. So then we could never have hope to understand the message anyway. Yeah, okay, that is also acceptable. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero pipe problem, I assure you. What? So, Guy? What?
Well, that can be a real word, can it? How funny.
Wait, Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean anything to you?
Means something? Asogi, the name of my best friend.
What?
But how? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh,
It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying it is the same dilemma and dumb shit like the gesture language for people, that we have different ones for each country because it's stupid and we could have used it worldwide as one language instead?
That's right, I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the I-Ro-Ha pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Susie, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications for the next, I don't know, 40 years? Probably a little bit longer than that. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course.
So many dots. Let me give more dots. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susie's face. There's no doubt that this message was written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asogi. Kasuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second, A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is Mr. T. I mean T. Gregson. Gregson. Grexy. Shin. 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 Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name? What's the matter, Miss Susie? It's just so strange, so unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name is J. Wilson. Who was J. Wilson?
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Oh. It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after 4 names it reads, if I translate it from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. Just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where's Susie and Runo come from?
Oh, well...
No. It's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be a lot of J's among them.
Yeah, he's also dead, by the way. Whoops. So, her father is dead? Our best friend is dead? That's 2 off the list. Yeah. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. Oh yes, he's dead, by the way. But we can't tell Iris that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Honk! Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to port of Dunkirk in France. Alors. N'est-ce pas? Très bien. Oui? Ah. Then I'll change to a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susie. Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best there ever was. Miss Susie, I had hoped you have always to be at my side to guide me and support me. Don't leave me here with these crazy people. Mr. Naruhodo, please, drown me. I mean, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best Judy in the world. Now kiss. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. After I conquered Japan.
Really, Susie?
Oh. Now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
A promise? I wasn't there when you made that.
About your manuscript.
Ah,
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles, which had zero relevance to this entire case.
we'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. You tried to kill me and drown yourself in soup. I don't know why, it sounds weird. Oh, wait. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. You can call yourself Ken from now on and dress in red. Okay. Miss Susie. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. As I sail away on the Titanic. Whoops!
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Spoilers.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Coffee! More coffee.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
Spoilers.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
My inner good lawyer and my inner bad lawyer. Yeah. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo, this is not the end. The credits cannot roll yet. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? Have some rather awkward news. I found your underwear. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault, so therefore I'm going to bill you for all this. Huh? 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 Nande? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susie...
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? 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 Nani?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify.
He really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous.
See?
Oh, cool, thanks. Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Yif.
Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he will use here.
Yif? Then I really must say... Objection. Okay. Shu Takumi. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And no money I've earned. Consulting detective work pays pittance in comparison. Holy shit, how fast can you talk?
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement, so from dry toast inspired coffee. Oh god, I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. Miss.
I'm going head off. I have a migraine and need some rest. I hope your migraine is going away very fast. Thank you so much. I mean, this is just the credits rolls and then I will stop anyway, so... Thank you so much, Ebitsun. It was a pleasure to have you here. Recover. Thank you so much. Take care. Where's the writer of this game so I can find him and punch him in the big toe? Bye-bye. Suspicious Japanese national. Oh, I've done nothing wrong. It was fuckers of Springfield. Some kittens on board. Of course, kittens. Kittens can be anywhere. That's okay. Planning. Yeah. Scripting. Is scripting writing? Scientific investigation will be gold standard for policing in New Age. A dream of a world governed by tenets the order of discipline. Like a great clock, in fact. Yay, perfect union, son. No, if you excuse me, I have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left until my next appointment. Lead modeler. Okay. Character modeling, lead artist. What year? My year上，我已经，那个时候我在我这，这是现实我在一起，我一直，要不然一起呗，好一起嘛。哇，一起过去呗。Lead animator. Where's the writer? And if it's the scripter, I will find them all. We should all go to the basis, of course. What's say, battling off to stage where he was born to understand the dicky peg. That's whatever the housework too got this my business tapped up, I would say. Hope the girls and good neighbors realize man after house is his own maid. Reservation. Okay. And the credits go faster. Mr. Roll is back on the beat again. All thanks to you. Nothing about more data hunting out small changes in the gutter. I'm in the part about Bobby now, looking for Londoners to drop their happiness and lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh my god. Looks like I'm going to be doing for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for no matter. That ain't no too boring. She's always going on about all the cases with Holmes and looking into. Criminal investigation are kind of interesting when you get into them. Okay. It never ends. Actually, it ends. Finally, it ends. The first game ends. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of a sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Give it up, bro. They ain't as you used to know. I got time to plan my comeback between skulking and milkworm, right? It's the free Moscow was it making neighborhood for all the dwarves? What? I don't even understand what you're saying. Like, what is going on? Oh look, just a 10.5 hours stream. Easy. These past 6 months have been and I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that life is all about. 42, Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you two with many memories. And a heartfelt wish, and a societal takedown, that life will treat you well. Shintaro Kojima. Kojima, you say? Oh god, spoilers, it's the picture. That picture. Yay! Oh god, now the actual credits roll. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Actually interesting to see the voice actors, which had basically no voice acting. don't recognize any of them. Which makes sense. I don't know many voice actors. Okay. She had the best ending. When she lost it, that was fantastic. I just hope that everyone at the end would have like such an over theatrical, dramatized end. That was kind of I'm losing words. I was disappointed, let's put it that way. Да. На здоровье, да. Oh god, why are the credits so slow? But I like the way they present these credits. It's really good because you go through every case with all the characters in them, which is great. Like, from a design standpoint, these credits are great. And it's different. It's not just credits rolling from the bottom to the top. Okay, are we done? No, we are not done. It's never stopping. This is my limbo. Yay, Mr. Strongheart. Absolute performance, willpower, holiness, and knuckles. Just look at me. I'm now dead because I was a terrible monster. Plus alpha translation. What? You had 7 QA testers? That's it? Oh no, there were more. QA manager, okay. Contents analysis team. Poll to Win Co. Ltd. Wow, what a name. We're almost done. Web design production? Leggies. It's time for leggies. I like this guy. I like Lord Van Siegs. It was never more fun to fight Dracula in a courtroom. But the knowledge that I will have 5 more cases ahead of me. I really hope that this one person was right, that the second game is like picking up in pace and is not as crazy as this one. And yes, this describes brain rot very good, this game.
Capcom, we make money.
The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Fin. Fin, actually. It's French. Fleeting farewell. Ah. Thank you. No. Okay. So, that is the end of the first game. The first 5 cases. Don't get me wrong. I like the Ace Attorney series. It has always interesting, colorful characters in it. But goddamn, it's just not how courtrooms work. Like, I understand to have some freedom and creativity when it comes to these courtrooms, because if it was a real courtroom game, nobody would play it, because it's boring as hell. I get that. I'm just really annoyed to the fact that you're basically sitting there and know exactly, okay, those are the facts, here we have actual evidence and so on, and the game is not giving you the choice to present them or like make it reasonable. That we like churn the same facts like 10 times and everybody's like afterwards, like 30 minutes down the line, people are like, what? That happened? I'm surprised. I didn't know. Like, oh, crazy. And you're like, dude, it was clear from the beginning. So yeah, that is... I hope that is going to be turned down in the next 5 cases. I would appreciate that. The craziness is okay, but like obvious things where like people act like, oh my god, I'm so surprised about this fact, is like, ugh. But yeah, I still have a lot of fun with this. So, when we return to this at some point, I don't know when, like when we return to this, we start the 6th case, aka the first case of the 2nd game. So yeah, thank you so much for your interest so far. Until next time.